Welcome back, everybody, to another Fortress Friday. This is our third time that we return to the world of Ushul Minbaz, the realm of enchanting, and the fortress of Datan Datur Igath Anriz, Ironspire, the Scraped Skies. Last we left off, our fortress had just gotten a new migrant wave. Our fortress had also received a wave of agitated animals in the form of buzzards. Now, they're not likely to be too dangerous, but I've gone ahead and locked down the fortress anyway. And at least until we can arrange ourselves a little something to clear them away. I'm gonna grab ourselves a little bit in the way of armor. Yeah, we've had a lycanthropy outbreak previously, but that wasn't, that wasn't terrible. I'm gonna prepare some basic iron armor for somebody to go on out there and deal with this. Okay, we've got helm, mail shirt, greaves. Let's get ourselves some gauntlets and high boots. Now, you may notice I've dug out a whole bunch of different, I've designated a bunch of dig paths. Just did that like in between sessions, just so that our people have something to do. One citizen is stranded. Where? Okay, we've got an injured citizen here. It's Jaunty, who's resting. Esm is diagnosing. Cool. Looks like Jaunty is currently resting up. Iron armor for defense against Fae. I mean, yeah, they are agitated animals of nature. Maybe there is something of the Fae about them. Okay. Feels guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. Mood. There are like fairies in the game, but I think they're mostly relegated to like pixies and stuff. What the hell? Okay. Doran, what are you doing there, my guy? I think they're a little confused about giving water. Oh, okay. We've got the doctor here immobilizing the break with a splint. The new dyes do look really good. So far, the only one that really has anything worthwhile is Lenny here. Was a bright yellow pigtail dress. I do have some dyes being made right now. We've got some different cloth and like silk here. This one is as goldenrod. Because Lenny is the one with the most drip. True. Solar Sniper here is making some thread. Meanwhile, Ari is helping dig things out here. We're gonna get more boulders so that we can do some more crafts and figure out, maybe some new catapult testing. More coal. We have struck lignite. Excellent. We will not be short of fuel for a long time with all of this. Jet is really nice because that's a good light stone. Very easy to drag around. Rose quartz, love that. The rework of plants above ground farming is even more attractive. We've got a couple of above ground farms. Let's see. We're gonna do some rhubarb because that does some really nice dyes as well. Same for the blackberries. Web finds, I think, make a good dye now as well. Oh, we actually do have a bard here who's stranded. You know, we've had him up here for a little bit, and the buzzards have not attacked. You know what? Let's let him back in. Maybe I'm overreacting. Besides, we need these defenses up should any agitated animals come from land. I think Whipvine makes no dye, maybe? I could have sworn it did. Let's see. Dye cloth a specific. No. So we've got alder, we've got ash, we've got hazel, we've got rhubarb leaf, and willow bark. Okay. Ah, there's our leather. We'll pull that whenever we get to it. We can start throwing some of these dead vermin into the garbage disposal. Got some good, like, hubs here for additional rooms. My god. This guy is still somehow, like... Okay, you know what? We're gonna forbid all those buckets and see if, I don't handle pressure well. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna suspend the hospital, see if that changes things. There we go. Off to have a drink. Alright. We unsuspend. We'll see what happens. Looks like kittens are growing up to be cats. And with this many cats, we may need to start finding some additional leather, you know. And he is displeased to have someone else in the room besides you. He is like... Let's check on Tara, shall we? Tara is currently going to conduct a meeting. Feels fondness after interacting with a pet. Wants better meals, apparently. Feels... okay. Feels fondness after interacting with a pet. Okay, looks like she has conducted her meeting. Feels empathy discussing an acquaintance's problems. Okay. Now she is meditating on war. Hi Anna, how you doing today? Thank you for stopping in. Moo to you too. We've added a statue to Tara's office here. Okay, yeah, so... Okay, they're trying to fill the pond. Don't know what the hell is going on here. Hopefully once we dig around this well, it will... You know, I don't know why people are getting confused about this. Looks like Lenny is going off to make some wooden bolts. And Solar Sniper is making some ballista parts. We're really ramping up our production of siege weapons. Because we know at some point we will definitely need them. What is going on here? Let's get those dug out so that there's more room around here. These two are just getting stuck. Okay, it looks like they're getting just completely confused on this. Okay, so the well is basically dry, so maybe that's why. Second stream's been pretty good, you know, we had ourselves a good time. We had some Scrandle, we had a little, you know, little check on like the news and like daily events. Okay, we're just gonna remove the well here for now. This dwarf is just stuck. All right, forbid the bucket. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna assign Mebzuth here to the military. And we're just gonna order her to move to that position. And hopefully that will break her out of this like behavior pattern. Okay. Then we get her off of duty. Hopefully that will... Okay, cool. Oh my god, Lenny, what is going on here? Okay, this well is just messing up the dwarves. Break it. Cool. Received water. I'm very satisfied. Alright. Oh, another cat, a kitten has adopted Tara. Excellent. Okay, you know what? If Jonty was here, I'm sure they would want me to use channel points on this. We'll just, you know, have you get back to work. Some white jade. Okay. We're pretty deep down here now. A goblin scholar is visiting with a dwarven name. If they're part of our civilization, then that actually won't be all that uncommon. They're part of the Dungeon of Canyons, so apparently that suggests that goblins in this world are more common among other dwarven civilizations than we might have initially thought. Which is really cool. Alright. Okay, we've got some good blackberry bushes and some rhubarb being planted here. That's exciting. Remember, everyone, if you don't have a dwarf in the fortress, you are welcome to use the put me in the game coach command, and we'll get you put in. Alright, so this fortress is going to have like multiple like redundant layers of fortifications in the hopes of basically, you know, finding a way to, you know, we're just gonna have we're gonna have the like multiple places that they can fall back to, making sure that like anytime they breach one part of the defenses, they've got to fight really hard to get through the next one. More coal. Excellent. Okay. And then some iron doors here to be our first line of defense. After that, we've got some iron bridges that we're going to be able to pull up. Those will function as airlocks that'll hopefully take more time to breach. And then here, I'm going to make a little defenses room. Like this place will have some levers specifically for, pulling the bridges closed. And keep it a little bit out of the way of all the rest of the dwarves. "4 a.m. Okay, well, hey, have a great rest of your night, and I look forward to seeing you again." Okay, yeah, we're making a ton of mechanisms here, which, considering how many siege weapons we want to make, is very much desirable right now. Looks like this farmer is just eating a whole slab of cheese, which is weird considering we've got so many roasts here. These farmers are just like, I'm gonna just gonna raw dog this entire wheel of cheese. Okay, meanwhile, we've got people working on making some bolts. This dog is ready to train. Any dogs that have grown up, we should make into war dogs, just in case. That'll be a good second line of defense. A couple more male cats that will cull here to prevent any overpopulation. No, war cats, no. Cats are not trainable for war. And they wouldn't be very good at it even if they were. Sure, they'd have great dodge bonuses against most creatures, but unless they're a zombie, they just don't have the strength to just really land a killing blow. You have to worry about war cats betraying you, right? Ooh, more tetrahedrite further down. Shoral, we'll have plenty of copper and silver, that's for sure. More lignite down here. We've got a lot of gypsum here. A catastrophe. The cat explosion is very much a thing of the past now that the frame rates are much more manageable. Here we go. Kiln. Alright. I want to be able to make plaster powder, which I think is done by getting gypsum. And when you turn gypsum into plaster powder, you can use it to make casts to fix broken bones. Alright, engineer's workshop. Also going to make a traction bench. The hospital could certainly use one. Okay, we've made 50 stacks of wooden bolts here. Okay, we're going to change up this stockpile so that it... Okay. No metal bolts here, just like all the other types. The only bolts we want practicing with down here are going to be made of wood. Oh, another migrant wave. So soon. From 39 to 49. Beautiful. It's a good thing we started carving out some of these extra rooms then. Ooh, a pump operator, a siege engineer. Ah, clearly the reputation of Cyrocanu here as a prodigious siege engineer has started to attract more of their like. People who are ready to start uh, operating these engines of war. We'll need people who are ready to man these defenses or dwarf these defenses as we get more popular. I recognize that sound, don't you folks? If you don't, that means that a dwarf has suddenly become inspired by a strange mood. We're gonna have our first artifact. What is that structure? What structure? Jaunty has been possessed. Excellent. So, while that means that they won't get any the double bracket wall. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll go over that in a second here. So Jaunty here is now possessed, which means that they want to make an artifact. Unfortunately, they won't get any extra skill because the gods are working through them. We're just going to let them cook. So yeah, the idea of this double bracket wall is if any goblins with like siege weapons come directly at the walls, it's basically to provide as many obstacles to slow them down as possible. And with all those mechanisms, we're going to be able to start putting traps in the way. Jaunty has claimed a carpenter's workshop. That makes sense. They are by their trade a carpenter. Looks like they've got some ash logs. Ooh, a whole bunch of beat dogs grew up. You know what that means, folks? It's time to start butchering them. All right. Ooh, okay. Jaunty is ready. Jaunty has ashwood, pecan wood, and cat leather. I look forward to seeing what they make. Yeah, beak dog leather is quite exquisite when it comes to item prices. And I really want to outfit our guards with some beak dog leather cloaks. Alright, so this leather is going to be the Westgate leather. And then this one is going to be the Eastgate leather. Okay. And then these are all reinforced walls. It takes two blocks and then a bar of metal to make a reinforced wall. And that should give the goblins something to think about when it comes to what they attempt to break through. Okay. Those chicks are probably going to start growing up soon as well. All right, I'm going to butcher a few of these beak dogs, since these ones are all going to start growing up as well. Got a bunch of chains as well that we're going to use to work as like bolt thrower chains. All right, let's get processing plants. And let's see, do we have any live fish that we can catch? We'll find out, I guess. Then extract from raw fish. If we have any shellfish, then we'll start getting those to work. Okay, nope, we do not. An animal has grown to become a stray unicorn. Okay, so the baby unicorn we brought with us is now 1 year old. Hopefully, if we bring any more, we can get some more unicorns, because unicorn leather is also very fancy. Ooh. Jaunty of Ironspire has created Adgab, an ashen splint, the opposite to the immortal trenches. They were probably inspired by the time they spent in the hospital. The sunny dents. This is an ashen splint. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pecan wood. This object menaces with spikes of cat leather. On the item is an image of Great Independence, the Forgotten Beast parchment scroll in ash. On the item is an image of pecan trees in pecan wood. Well, hey, good job. Now then, I'm gonna build a couple more ballistas down here, because now that Cyrocanu has new siege engineers as part of their, forming kind of a core of engineers, I think it's time we start getting them practiced up. New dwarves have come here, hearing the news of the new siege weapons and hoping to get themselves in on the ground floor of this, hoping to be part of the defenses of the vigorous gnats. Because what we're doing here is very important. Got a whole lot of ore being smelted here as well. Oh, looks like one of our war dogs is fighting with a buzzard. I don't see any. Okay. There's one less agitated animal, so yeah, the buzzards seem content to lurk for now. Oh, there it is. The agitated, mangled buzzard corpse. We do not need giant cave toads. Right. We're gonna put a butcher's shop and a tanner's up here on the surface, just because that way if we start killing any more animals, Dwarven logic will be able to say, hey, something up here needs to be like butchered and converted into like something. But apparently that is not butcherable. Okay, get it dumped then. We've struck brimstone and borax. Nice. Get dyeing cloth and leather. I want to see some cool clothing colors. All right, we've got a bunch of skulls here too. That means we can make totems. Totems are great for putting on pedestals, and they're also just good trade goods for people who are ethically fine with dead animals. Okay, looks like we've got a whole bunch of gypsum plaster. Alright, I'm gonna reactivate the hospital here. And we'll say that we've got a desire for casts. Brimstone and borax. Does that stone go? My wife? No, borax. I know you would. Okay, Archangel over here is a bone carver of some renown. I know. is currently making some of these skull totems. Currently working on a beak dog skull. That'll be valuable. Okay, leatherworker shop. I want some cloaks. But not just any cloaks. I want cloaks made of beak dog leather. Eventually, when we have a military, I want them to have beak dog leather cloaks because beak dog has like beak dogs have a distinctive like rainbow color to them. Oh, it looks like our militia commander Tyrus is fighting a giant mole. Oh, they're going hunting. Okay, cool. They have successfully hunted a giant mole. Okay, we're going to designate it for dumping so that someone brings it up to a lair where it can be butchered. This is good practice for Tyrus because as Tyrus is the like militia commander, we're going to be sending them out occasionally on fights for and we're going to be sending them out on raids. And like, if we're going to expect them to steal things from our opponents, then we'll need them to have like top-notch ambusher skills. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Kova is making some good cages here. Okay, we've made some crutches and some splints. Okay, this is looking good. Selenite. Interesting type of rock there. More coal and saltpeter. Ooh, an expansive cavern deep underground. Oh, we've struck a whole new layer here. You're hoping for, hey, bitch. All right, let's see. Dig deeper here. Because there's some cool stuff down here.
Trans right. Damn it.
Hell yeah. Okay, and then we're gonna keep moving the stairs down. I want to see about like how much deeper we can get. Now, something cool is going to happen to our fungus further up. It's going to start getting underlichen and like goblin caps, spore trees, nether caps from the stuff down here. I think that's really cool. Yeah, how you doing, Kate? It is good to see you. Let's see, do we have room for a screw press yet?
Trans rights, darling.
What the hell is the screw press? Is it in... Ah, it's got its own thing. So screw presses will let us press honey and things. What the... Tossid Isan Imush, the goblin poet, has transformed into a were-ape? A were-ape? Where the fuck did he go? Got off work like an hour ago? Gotcha. Oh shit, there he is. Okay, shit, this is not good. Alright. We're gonna add a burrow here. Accept it. I'm gonna assign everyone. Your Irish uncle was staring at your frog when you got home. Is this one of our, like, regular people? It is not. It's like, what you doing, Uncle David? Staring contest. Nice. Okay, so let's okay, so I'm gonna assign them a uniform of metal armor, and make sure that they are on yeah, I'm gonna confirm that. Schedule, have Tyrus be active here. Something tells me that that thing is about to just start tearing things apart. Okay. This peasant is... Bless you. Where the hell is it going? That was a sneeze, yes. My ears hurt through my headphones.
Uh-huh. I have very intense sneezes and hiccups.
Yes.
But they don't scare Zelda.
I know.
Your sneezes scare her.
Yeah, she's weird. Okay, okay. Oh, now it starts murdering things. Okay, shit. Tyrus is bleeding. Oh, don't tell me that they got bit. Okay. Stabbed it with a copper battle axe a few times. Ambushes are way more. We saw them, and I don't know why they took so long to do anything. Poe grabs, Poe throws the commander, grabs the militia commander again, locks. Fuck. Okay. Tyrus is infected. A militia commander. Thinking about this is the place two's beginning. The salesman was at his door. Jack had the gun. You could feel the tension as Jack was trying not to make a mistake. Part of your brain is very paranoid, thinks the salesman worked for the Necktie Gang. You could be right. Shit. There goes Tyrus. You don't seem to hit him until they actually commit a crime. I know, it was really weird. Well, at least we don't have to worry about Tyrus turning into a were-ape. But that was our only militia dwarf. Well, another war dog joining the fight here. Okay, okay. More war dogs trying to tear him apart. Okay, they're bleeding and injured. Oh, turned into a goblin. They're trying to leave. Okay, okay. Now that they are a goblin, okay, we can. We're just gonna get everybody who has an ounce of experience here. I'm gonna arrange a posse, and we're just gonna beat the shit out of this traitor. Salesman seemed so suspicious, like he was seeing how far he could push without being outwardly aggressive. I mean, that is what salesmen do. But, you know, you never know. Alright. Everyone get in the car. We're gonna do a murder. Ah, I had such high hopes for Tyrus. One of our original 7. But, such is the way of Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress does not care for the plans that you have made. Dwarf Fortress is a simulator. It is a game that cares not for the things that you've concocted or your plans for specific dwarves. It carries on regardless of your intentions, and so we must also carry on. We will bury Tyrus. And you know, I'm gonna start making a statue. Shut up about the god toads. There's no way we could have known this thing would have been here. What are you fighting now? Okay, just standing up. Okay. Alright. We'll disband this squad here. We'll find a new militia commander. Looks like Zasset Rakust Ilral has become the new militia commander. Right, for a little bit, they're all just like standing up and being like, I feel pretty good. Our time in the realm of enchanting is brief indeed. This wretch will be
Hello?
Oh,
It's a raid.
it's Alvanel. How you doing, Violet? Good to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and today we are playing some Dwarf Fortress. Oh, hi, Healer Main Anna. You're here twice now. How was Talos Principal? I saw you playing it a while ago. Looked really interesting. But I would love to hear more about it. And if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Otherwise, feel free to sit yourself down at one of the bar stools here, or slide on into one of the booths, and help yourselves, one and all, to a hot drink. House is fun, but stream tech being busted soured the mood. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, we've got a priority to get one of these coffins put in place. Okay. Coffins are in place. Now we can entomb Tyrus. We gotta make sure that we gotta make sure that their body is laid to rest, lest they come back to haunt us. Yeah, it really sucks when Scuff like stops being fun and starts being annoying. Okay, we've got all 50 stacks of copper bolts created. Ari is now a skilled weaponsmith and a competent furnace operator. And Solar Sniper is a proficient weaponsmith. Oh, you know what? This person here, they're actually a proficient weaponsmith as well. Let's get them in on this. Ooh. And some of the new migrant wave, let's see, Ari is also a competent armor smith. So, let's see, this new person, Id, they're a competent armor smith as well. Yeah. Okay. We've forged just about everything that we're gonna right now. Streambot updated and broke a bunch of her commands. Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I hate when updates end up like screwing things over. It's like that was like the exact opposite of, you know, the purpose of these updates. I thought is like supposed to make things better, and like so rarely do they actually improve things in my experience. Often it's like, this is Orist's nail, this is Orist's head. Yeah, it is pretty messed up. Okay, we've got a shitload of iron. Okay. Let's start making iron helms. Our armor smiths need to practice before we start making proper armor for our military. I guess we need to really start at that because, you know, our enemies are not going to wait for us to be ready. Okay, stoneworkers. We're gonna make a statue. Let's going to be of Tyrus. I'm going to make sure that they will be remembered. Well, it's early autumn, which means that the trade caravan is going to stop by again. So we should make sure we've got plenty of crafts ready for them. Those totems will be useful, but I want something a little classier than that. We've got some iron coins that we can trade, but I want to save them just in case any elves show up. Our bone crafters and rock crafters have been pretty diligent in making sure we've got plenty of stuff. But we can do better. Especially since we've got plenty of copper, some silver, and even platinum. So let's put in an order for some silver crafts. And even some platinum crafts. We want to really wow the mountain home when they get here. Okay. And since we've got so many new people, we've finally been able to carve out some bedrooms for them. Let's get on that. Now that the horrific tragedy of the were-ape attack is behind us, we need more beds. We've got plenty of wood to make them. But, I mean, yes, but the attack itself is behind us. We cannot allow ourselves to be overcome with tragedy. Not when there's holes to be diggied and trees to be chopped down, and just trade to do. Still, it was a heroic sacrifice that was necessary to keep the fortress from falling. Did I level the entire map? Not yet. My aim here is I'm going to level out a whole lot more of this hill to give us plenty of space between the fortress and any approaching enemies. Struck bloodstone. Cool. Okay, this elf scholar here is busy reading. But yeah, if this tragedy has taught us anything, I need to start putting more doors in place. If we get any enemies who are already in our fortress, then we have to have ways to block them off, to seal them into places. The hell are creepy crawlers? They must have come up from the lowest levels of the caverns. Where are y'all going? Further down, checking out the deeper levels of the caverns. Delightful. We've got Kaolinite, we've got Chert. Okay. More bituminous coal. Yes! Yes! Look at this! We found it. We found chalk. I mean, it might be if you were not a if you're a stranger to Dwarf Fortress, you might be wondering, like, what's the big deal with chalk? Well, chalk is a flux stone, and flux stone is something that you need if you're going to make steel. So these veins of chalk will provide us the ideal method for making steel. Chalk is nice and light, and it'll be easy to bring it up. Okay, the caravan has arrived. All right, okay. I'm gonna put a stockpile up here for the chalk. Now that makes this that's a good day for sure. All right, dwarves, we have people here to trade. You know, some of these copper bolts would actually go for a good price. Let's see. Easier to steal themselves. Okay. We've got some finished goods. We can bring those up to show off our crafts dwarf ship. Have some gems if it comes to it. That brought you a dragon fruit? Ooh. What do you think of it? I liked dragon fruit when I got to try it. It's pretty tasty. Got a few bracelets made of turkey nails and dog hair. You know, I'm sure they'll find better use for them than we will. Ah, nice. Let me know what you think. You know, we've got some tattered clothing we could certainly get rid of. Yeah, like the people who come here sometimes make crafts out of the weirdest fucking things. Oh yeah, we can put the traction bench in the hospital. Ooh, 10 beak dogs have grown up. That means it's time to start slaughtering. Let's see, do we have totems here? Not as a separate thing, no. Maybe they're already in a bin somewhere. We have a manager. Okay, the manager is currently Sid. I guess she hasn't sat down to start doing these things yet. Alright, where are the deer people? Okay, they're making their way in. They appreciate the fine craftsmanship of these doors here, I see. Greetings. The craftsmanship of the dwarves is unparalleled. Let's make a deal. Lead and copper. Can always do with more copper. They brought some interesting gems with them. I could use some glass for practice with our crafts dwarves. They brought some different musical instruments with them. couple of barrels, one filled with milk. We can make that into cheese. Some beer. Okay. Nothing too revolutionary, but you know, we'll take some of this stuff here. Some bags. You know, we can always use some more bags. We've got some flour in here. That can be a good cooking good. Don't really need any anvils. We can make our own. Louse brain. Giant wolf spleen. Giant ocelot meat. Sure, why not? Some exotic fish. Some turnips. Horned melons. Giant revolver ocelot meat. Yes. He loves to reload during a battle. We'll take the parchment. That'll be useful. Alright. Let's see what we can trade for all this. Here, take some of these cool totems. Some iron crafts here. Yes, take this tattered clothing. Dwarven fortresses are known for a big export of tattered clothing. It's very, it's very hot here. We just make so much of it. Prince themed, nice. These silver crafts are not very good yet. I guess our metal crafters need more practice. It's better than nothing. Better make sure that they're not making crafts out of the chalk, because that would be a huge waste of our chalk. Yeah, beat dog bone is a great craft to make stuff out of. Ah, okay. We do have some honeycomb. We gotta start making it into honey. Okay, these copper bolts, they will seal the deal. Tunem seems ecstatic with the trading. Yeah, we'll bring all the iron coins up. We can always make more. Oh. Caravan from Okoshkib has arrived. Ah, and already the outpost liaison is fighting with an agitated buzzard. I really hope that doesn't fuck up our chances to trade here. Protect the caravan. Who cares about a few buzzards when there's money to be made? We're also going to bring up something else here. I'm going to bring up some of these bolt thrower parts. Because something I'm playing into as part of the story here is we were sent out to this place to make a nice defensive stronghold for our civilization to potentially move to, and also to test out some new siege weaponry. We sent word to the mountain home that the new bolt thrower designs work, and so the goblin queen of our dwarves has basically asked us to send back a few proof of concepts to show that the design actually works. And so, under the covert disguise of trade, we'll make sure that that the mountain home gets some of these designs in practice. Okay, let's see. We no longer need to ask them for Fluxstone if we have our own source of it. Hi Jakers, how you doing? I think again we will ask for oh, you know what? We'll ask for some female unicorns. Stuff those bolt throw parts into cheap statues of the Virgin Mary to get through customs. Yeah, we're gonna put them in amidst a bunch of other stuff so that if the goblins do find it, then they don't know what it is. Ask for jabberers again. Okay. The dwarves are in. Looks like we are focusing on making some beak dog leather cloaks. Sure, let's have a look at your dwarf here. Your dwarf is currently focusing on making iron helms. They are a dabbling armor smith. We've put in an order for a lot of iron helms because we, if you want to start off if you want to get a dwarf good and practiced on getting some like some great steel armor, then you got to start them off by like making a bunch of iron helmets. You know, like Skyrim. Let's see. Lenny is currently churning out some rock blocks. Looks like he's also acquired one of these beak dog leather cloaks. It is it's an excellent goldenrod color. Hi there, Renetta. How you doing? It's good to see you. All right, Tims. Have a wonderful night, and thank you for being here. Last seen streaming. Oh God! Ow! That's a lot of stuff. It just keeps coming. Hi, Renata. Hope you're doing a good day. Hope you're having a good day.
Stop.
Right/cop. Ah. Doing good? I'm glad to hear it. Okay, they brought one boulder of chalk and one bar of steel and 2 jabberers, a mating pair. This is something that is definitely worth like giving some quality things for. Just hope we haven't blown it all on all of the other stuff that we traded for with the deer people. Ooh, you know what? We'll bring up some gems. Honestly, this is worth getting the gems out for. Got some good cloth in here. Like, what cloth is in this bin that makes it worth 6,000 dwarf bucks? What, Zelda? Hmm? The gems are apparently less valuable than the cloth. You know, we'll bring up some of the ammo as well. Oh, this bin right here, that'll do it. Okay. Some migrants have arrived. We are up to, ooh, 55. 55, 56. All right. More beds getting put down. We still need more. All right. Cabinets for everybody. These rooms are going to be a little rough at first, but they will be worth it. Hi there, Unshaken Alex. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. How you doing tonight? Okay, looks like we've moved in everything that we need. Okay, we're gonna get everything. Okay, we've got gizzard stones, tiger irons, opals, tourmalines, blue jades, milk quartzes. These are fine. You know, they'll fetch a decent price. You know, but covertly, the dwarves are giving instructions to the mountain home. You know, here is a bunch of ammo for our latest bolt thrower design. Here are bins that the bolts go in. Here are chains that are used to feed the bolts to the bolt thrower prototype. We know that it works. And so, you know, hide the components in among the other trade goods so that if they get intercepted by the forces of Flinchlizard, that there'll be some, you know, hopefully they will turn their attention more towards the gems and the other stuff than they will a few pieces of shaped wood. Make a tub launcher. I wish. You know, the boulders do explode on impact. Like, fire weaponry would be incredibly overpowered, but very cool. So much silk here. Yeah, I love how rocks just kind of splinter into shards now when they hit the ground. When fired from a catapult, it is very cool. Magic bolts? No, these bolts are just ordinary bolts. But the thing that makes the bolt launcher so impressive is the sheer rate of fire. Like, they shoot so many at a time that that nobody can keep up with dodging them. Sometimes I feel like the bolt throw with how fast it fires would be a great anti-air for flying creatures. Yeah, the amount of times they have to dodge is insane. Thank you for your business. Here, the trader is ecstatic with the trading. As well they should be. With this, we send not back just trade goods, but hope. Alright. We have a mating pair of jabberers, so I'm gonna carve out like a new nesting area just for them. Honestly, with the rate of fire, I'm surprised wooden bolts don't just explode like under normal circumstances. Okay, we've got a lot of hens in there now. We'd better start thinning the flock out a little bit. Everybody, we're gonna, chicken is on the menu. Bone bolts be deadly. I mean, yeah, like bone bolts, like surprisingly are like really good because they just, the sheer amount of bolts means that the goblins get tired from dodging that many all at once, which means that eventually even bone bolts will find their mark. There's so many that to make when you have a forgotten beast. Oh yeah, like a forgotten beast drops a ton of bones. You can make so many bones from a forgotten beast. It's wild. All right. Well, now we have 57 dwarves. We can we're gonna start assigning more rooms. 160-ish bones. That does sound about right. Probably has like a literal ton of meat for it as well. You sure as hell won't go hungry if you have a forgotten beast. Plus, it is a literally one-of-a-kind type of meat. Alright, come on in, dwarves. You have new rooms waiting for you. They, they're not the best, but they are probably a hell of a lot better than what you're used to at the mountain home. And while you're here, you will have a newfound purpose. So many of them are digging deep now. Meanwhile, others are getting ready to start Cyrocanoe's siege core. Alright, here we go, here we go. Got a whole lot of new rooms with beds here. Okay. Hi, Kova. How you doing? The fort is going well. We have, we have unfortunately lost, we lost one of our founders to a were-ape attack, but other than that, things have been going pretty good. Your dwarf is alive and well and is a fine carpenter. You know, they're a decent cook. They're doing some stone carving. We've got yeah, we're doing okay. We are apparently kind of short on drinks, so we need to make sure we stay on top of that. Okay. Bunch of, oh. Digging designation cancelled. Warm stone located. Hey, yo. Warm stone. Okay. I'm gonna make a few, like, tentative little, cuts down into the next layer. I'm gonna play it safe. Because warm stone means that there's a chance that we have struck the Great Magma Sea. Great Magma Sea means that we have finally, we would be free from having to use fuel to create more more metal. Okay, we're gonna start churning out pig iron and steel. Now that we've got a supply of chalk, we can just make steel. All right, here we go. We've also got a bunch of ballistas here ready to start shooting. I'm gonna make a few more archery targets here. And then the siege corps is gonna start getting to work learning how to shoot bolts at targets. In fact, we're gonna break down that catapult and make room for another ballista. Because, you know, we can always get more wood to make more bolts, but rock is not necessarily an infinite supply. Hey, look at this. We're using wheelbarrows now to move things. Lovely. We've made silver and platinum crafts. Delightful. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna dig one down here. Let's see if we can find this magma sea. Oh, shit. The were-deer Ongi Bokikara has come. A very large deer twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh. Its eyes glow bright green. Its cinnamon hair is long and straight. Now you will know why you fear the night. Shit. Okay. You know what? This is fine. Okay. Let's see if we can... Okay. Here we go. This is perfect. We're just gonna lock all of these doors behind it. We've got it trapped. We've got it quarantined. Oh, it's trying to break out. Oh, that's not good. These things can attack doors now. I guess building destroyers have been re-implemented. Okay. Okay. Militia commander. Who is, okay, Zasset is currently our militia commander. Metal armor. The passionate torches. Okay, we're gonna start drafting in anybody who knows how to fight. Then let's see, a couple of peasants here who maybe don't, but you know we can afford to lose here. Yes, building destroyers are back. But this door is made of iron. It should take a hot minute for this thing to try and break free. And it's attacking both the doors. Okay, we're bringing our posse over here. My hope is that okay. My hope is that by the time this thing has broken free, it will have turned back. And then we can beat the shit out of it. Okay, Ari has managed to secure a helmet at least. As have many of the... Oh, okay. It turned back into a human. Alright. It's looking to get out of here. Alright. Let's get close. Now that it's no longer a werebeast, its only action should be to retreat. Which means that we can beat the shit out of it. Go. Yeah, you'd better run. God damn, that guy has legs. Overcome by terror. You'd better be. Beat them up. Take their lunch money. Okay, cool. Another were-beast taken off the board. Okay, this posse has been disbanded. Yeah, your fucking yakety sack starts playing. Oh, we've lost too many people to this kind of madness and violence. But hey, you know what? We will get better. Look at this. Vast veins of chalk. We're gonna make so much steel. We have more beds yet. Okay, yeah, we got beds. We can start. Okay, still need to make more. Steel doors would actually be pretty good, yeah. If we have enough. Still churning out limonite, tetrahedrite, magnetite, but now we're getting armor. We have steel, we have pig iron. We're still forging plenty of iron helms because before we get people into making the steel armor, I want people to actually know how to make a good iron helm first. Ooh. Jamie herself of Ironspire has been possessed. Ah, it's a shame Jamie isn't here to see this. Whereas Lenny is fine. Yeah, last time I checked. Oh, she's off. Some conglomerate. Okay, okay. Yeah, we'll let her cook. Now, let's see. What is Lenny up to? Lenny is praying to a god called the Bronze. He's doing well. Had empathy discussing an acquaintance's problems. And putting on some good items here. Possessed by Were Toad. But where is Toad? Don't tell me that the food is going wrong. Oh, soap maker. Yes, we need to start making some soap. What is frog? Lady, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Ah, it looks like Jamie has...
I'll let you raid my channel any day.
A raid? Hi, Zets and Alpha. Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and today we're doing some Dwarf Fortress. Ah, you're doing some Deep Rock Galactic. Ah, from one dwarf to another. Hi, Mytha. Did you recommend me for the raid? Yeah, if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Otherwise, feel free to sit yourself down at the bar or slide into one of the booths and help yourselves one and all to a hot drink.
Zelda?
How well did you do with the with Deep Rock Galactic? Did you have fun?
Hey, bitch!
God, we're basically out of drinks again. Hi Lilith, you have an evil idea. You should get a bowl full of donuts. Why a bowl full of donuts? Got drunk? Perfect. Sounds like a good dwarven time. I guess we'll see what Jamie ends up creating. Half be filled, the other half be mayo. Ugh. Have one go belly up, but otherwise a good rockin' and stonin'. Fantastic. Speaking of cool weapons here, the dwarves in this siege update have devised a weapon called the Bolt Thrower. It throw bolt. Let me show you just like how fast its rate of fire is. Bring a siege engineer over. This thing is currently loaded with 120 bolts. It's basically a slightly oversized crossbow with a chain and a bin full of bolts. See if we can get a siege operator here. Stand ready, but do not fire. Okay. Here is a brand new peasant here that's been inducted into the siege corps. We will unpause the game in a second. We will say practice fire. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. In a matter of seconds, this thing is emptied. And there it goes again. Hundreds of bolts gone in a matter of seconds. Like, this thing is, like, not quite on par with assault rifles, but it's pretty close. It's got, like, about a rate of fire of maybe 30 rounds a second. Yeah, let's see. Jamie has created Omristrimtar. Has created Kith Memrut, a conglomerate grate. Okay, so a grate is actually a really useful item to make an artifact out of because it's indestructible. This is a conglomerate grate. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular conglomerate cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of conglomerate and chicken leather. On the item is an image of Mitha of Ironspire. Oh hey Mitha, you're on there. In conglomerate, Mitha is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the dwarf Mitha of Ironspire in the Scraped Skies in the autumn of 600. On the item is an image of dwarves in alpaca wool. The dwarves are laboring. This relates to the foundation of the fortress Ironspire, the Scraped Skies in the year 600. In fact, this grate here, we're going to remove this grate because this is basically our ventilation and the miasma can come out through here. And instead of that basic little grate, we're going to take Jamie's new artifact grate and we're going to put that in its place. Kith Memrut. It's conglomerate all the way down. It really is. Okay, I guess we don't need a stockpile that's that big full of finished goods. Meanwhile, I'm going to expand the food stockpile a bit to get all of the berries and stuff down. We've got a lot of fruits and stuff that are being freshly picked. Starting to think one still might not be enough. Yeah, one still is a very undwarven amount of stills to have. Let's see, Jamie is probably feeling really stoked about that. Oh, she is only content, but that must have been a great... Let's see. Probably felt really good after making an artifact, though. She is currently helping make pig iron. Feels satisfied at work. Feels wonder remembering communing with Guthstack Buzzard sucks. Okay, cool. We've got oh, we need to unlock these doors now that the were creature has been dispatched. And yeah, we have a statue to put in place, I think. A microclined statue of Tyrus of Ironspire. This is going to be our little hall of memories. I'm going to start making a corridor here and putting statues in place to remember those who have fallen.
Oh, whoa. It's a raid.
Oh, another raid. Stargazer, thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and yeah, today is Fortress Friday, so we are playing Dwarf Fortress. Welcome in, everybody.
Welcome to the cocktail lounge. Please enjoy your stay.
And thank you for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but always appreciated. Feel free to hang out and chat if you want, but never feel obligated. What were you streaming tonight? Ooh, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Hell yeah. Let's see. If Kay recommends you get a follow from me, aw, thank you. I did not know I came so highly recommended. Yeah, how was Final Fantasy VII Remake? It's on my list of one of those things that I want to play. I just need to get around to it, you know. Let's see. This is a well-crafted statue of Tyrus of Ironspire. Tyrus is surrounded by dwarves. This relates to the appointment of Tyrus of Ironspire to the position of militia commander. Rest in peace. Great Knight fought the Airbuster, only suffered 2 KOs. Met Roche's Peak. Was Roche in the original game? I do not remember. It's been so long. Like, Final Fantasy VII was the first Final Fantasy I ever played. And when I played it, I unfortunately had to stop playing because I ended up finding a bug. I don't know if it was a bug more so much as there was a, like, it might have been a scratch in the disc, because there was a point in one of the cutscenes where, like, Hojo was, like, waving his arms around as a cavern is collapsing, and basically the game would get stuck. And so my friend and I basically scoured, like, secondhand places looking for a replacement. And eventually we did. But before we did that, we ended up playing like 10, 10-2, 9, and then we finally got around to playing 7 again once we found a new disc. But like 7 will always be my favorite. This is actually a new edition and remake. Ah, that explains it. I also love how they just absolutely went all in on making like FemCloud look as fuckable as possible. All right, let's get these siege engineers grabbing ammunition here. Okay, we've got Odom, we have Ficard. They're just yeeting out those ballista arrows, loading them back in and shooting them again. Actually, before we fully commit them to like firing a bunch of arrows, let's redig. Let's make sure that the trench is fully along here so that we can retrieve the bolts and fire again. Remake works because so much what we loved about FF7 was not only kept intact but enhanced in the remake. I love that. I've also heard that that the remake seeks to like subvert a lot of the like expectations that we hold for different parts of FF7. But but I will not ask you to go into too much detail there, because I would love to take a look at it myself. But like, from what I've heard, it's basically like almost intentional in how they deliberately subvert some of that stuff. Cloud and Tifa actually flirt with each other. Hell yeah. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse are actual characters worth caring about. See, yeah, that is something really cool as well, because, you know, like Biggs and Wedge and Jesse, you know, they like get mentioned, but like they never really come up a whole lot in like in the games. Like they're side characters, really. They don't like they don't get a whole lot of screen time. So I think it's cool that they do. I love that. Hi Nary, how you doing? It's good to see you. Alright, so right now what we're building here is a tree farm. If you're wondering what that is, we're basically digging a whole load of area out of the soil to leave some space for big mushrooms to grow. Some of the big mushrooms, like spore caps and nether caps, will eventually grow into mushroom-like trees that can be used as wood. And now that the spores are coming all the way up into this part of the caverns, we can dig our own like artificial cavern to give them space to grow. That way, if we ever run low on trees, this area will grow those mushroom trees naturally. So we will hopefully never be short of fungus trees. These will also have, this will also grow like wild mushrooms, in case we're ever like really desperate for food. Hi Bonicula, how you doing? It's good to see you. God, so many cool people in chat tonight. It is Dwarfin time. It's been so good to come back to Dwarf Fortress after the siege update. I've been so stoked to go over it and like see all the new stuff. Ooh, native platinum. Okay, so that's out in like the deep layers of the caverns there. The mighty Dwarfin Power Rangers. What was in the update? First off, things like reinforced walls that take multiple blocks and bars of steel to create. Building destroyers are back. The goblins now have trolls that carry heavy picks that they can use to dig into your fortress or break down your doors and walls. But we have some things that we can prepare as well. For instance, catapults, their rocks now explode into shards. Ballistas have been remade. And also, we have this little wonder here, the bolt thrower. A basically fully automatic big crossbow, the midpoint between the crossbow and the ballista. Let me see if I can get a dwarf over here to demonstrate it for you again. This thing is hilarious. Look at that rate of fire. In that space of a few short seconds, that bolt thrower emptied 100 bolts. So we are not without our own innovations here in warfare. The siege operators have also been given a huge boost to their discipline, so they no longer do they run away like fools when they see a goblin getting close to their siege weapon. So I am very happy with that. Goblins are also supposed to bring more war animals, things like blind cave ogres and cave dragons. They can also free their comrades from cage traps. So yeah, overall, this promises to be a very cool update. Okay, let me get those jabberers out of their cages and into their fancy new enclosure. Kova is creating some Masterworks cages here. Okay. And we're gonna get those Jabberers trained up. Jabberers are amazing war animals. They are some of the biggest creatures that we can raise domestically. They will also lay eggs, which will which means that we can create our own. Okay. Get them trained up here. Notice the red coloration on the beak and the talons to indicate they've been war trained. They are basically terror birds, yeah. We're going to lock the doors in there to give them some private time to acclimate to their new homes. And also to make sure that the dwarves don't accidentally steal their eggs when they go into like mating season. Alright. So, we're gonna start making some stairs up here. Because if there's one thing that we need, is we're gonna need a second floor to start spreading out our siege weapons. Having siege weapons with elevation will really give us an advantage when the goblins come to play. This is ambitious, but if there's one thing this update has taught me, it's that if we're going to survive in this new update, we're gonna have to dig. We're gonna have to dig deep. We will also need to climb high. That's why this fortress is called Ironspire, the Scraped Skies, because it is my hope that one day this place will scrape the very top of the map. I sleep downstairs and I don't have to worry about the dog waking up my aunt and uncle. There you go. Big brain moment. Okay, more rooms. The siege update is also it kind of revolutionizes, like, now that Mox dwarves are actually good again, it puts a whole lot more incentive into making dwarves that know how to use crossbows, because you know, you don't have to kill the goblins. You don't have to risk fighting the goblins hand to hand if you can just blow them away in a tide of arrows. Okay. Can we get these rat remains into the garbage disposal? That'd be great, thanks. Oh, Bonnie, if you're still there, I was going through the they are pretty, aren't they? I was going through a YouTuber's channel, a certain Eric Loy, and I sat down to like listen to your interview with him as I was doing dishes. It was really cool to listen to. He's a really chill guy. I did an interview with him myself quite recently, and like you can tell that he's been doing radio for years. Like he has a great talent for a great skill for leading conversation, but never in a way that makes it feel like you're not in control. Let's see, Sallow. Okay, a magpie woman. Okay. Just kind of flew in here being like, oh shit, what up? Okay, we badly need some drinks here. We need to start plucking some of this fruit off the ground, because that will save us when it comes to getting some drinks. The struggle is real between like processing plants and like getting drinks into place here. I do smooth the bedrooms, like, but that's not the highest priority right now. I want to make sure that everyone like has a room before I start smoothing them down. In fact, considering all of this stuff here, you know what? We're going to add a couple more stoneworker shops to the Craftsdwarf's quarter here. It's pretty important that we get people the furniture that they need. We've got rock coffers, we've got rock cabinets being made. Let's see. Yeah, those are the biggest things right now. And then a couple more carpenters' workshops so that we can get beds made up. Let's remake that order. We've struck onyx and bauxite. Interesting. Now that we've got some mechanisms and cages, let's get our first basic traps underway. The first basic trap that anybody sets up is, of course, the humble cage trap. It is very basic, but still a classic. These things can trap a whole lot of creatures, regardless of their size. The biggest thing, the main thing it will not trap is mostly were creatures. Let's make some bone bolts. We've got a lot of slaughtered creatures here now, so we have a lot of bones to work with. Okay, Kova is helping brew up some whip vine. And we've got some sand pear that we're going to make into cider. Beautiful. We will save the dwarves from this depression. Oh! Ustath Solonoshah, the animal trainer, has given birth to a boy. Well, someone must be happy enough here in this fortress that they see it as their future. Children, how blissful. His first word, Dada. His name is Kol Mineroot. Excellent. Just as this game, you know, takes lives away, so we bring new lives into it. Life finds a way, and we will find a way. We will prevail against the coming darkness. Because when it comes to evil, whether it's the supernatural evils that we find ourselves fighting here, or whether it's evil that's on a much more mundane scale, that evil relies on you giving up before it's over, and you should never allow it to do that. In the immortal words of Emily Harmless, I won't falter in the face of evil. Okay, we are gonna, let's see. Ooh, we should make a Ranger's Hall. Ranger's Hall will teach people how to do ambushes. Because with Tyrus gone, we are going to need to find someone else who is good at sneaking. Aniwa Lepi Fithethi, a leader. But what kind of species are they? Oh, they're a cavefish person. Interesting. And they just kind of got stuck in a pond. Fair enough. Alright. We are starting to get the groundwork here done for this floor. We're gonna need a whole lot more rock blocks. One big thing we're gonna need is fortifications. This whole layer is going to be fortifications so that our siege weapons can fire out from the second level without needing to, whilst also blocking the enemies from just climbing the wall directly. I'm gonna start making some clothing as well, because we've got a lot of cloth. We've got a lot of silk as well. So we should really be making sure that our people are putting it to good use. This will be a good commission for our, you know, for our clothiers, something to keep them busy. Fancy silk robes as well. After all, we've got a basically unlimited amount of silk in the form of the caverns. We may as well make use of it. And we'll make some leather too, because people like stuff made out of leather as well. Good leather gloves. Now then. Where are we on that chalk? We've got a lot of chalk down here still. I'm going to carefully cut away more of this stone and then slowly chip our way in. Reg Ulol Doren, the Goblin Peddler. Why are you hanging out here? Yeah. We're just gonna start putting more doors everywhere as a way to mitigate any potential werebeast attacks. Every new visitor is potentially a werebeast now. I don't like that. More warm stone located. Okay, okay. Once again, we're gonna start carefully cutting down. And from like vantage points up here, we'll cut down into areas where the magma is potentially gonna be. We're gonna be careful about it though. Okay, cool. We've got wine. We've got blackberries being made into wine. We've got carrot wine, Longland beer. Okay. A great magma sea, an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. We've got a fucking triple bill here, everybody. Okay. We're gonna have to be very careful about how we dig into this. Okay. Okay. The unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. That's high risk, high reward. Raw adamantine is basically down there. I'm gonna have to go a few more layers before we find it properly. But we are close now. Now we know where the sacred metal is. Adamantine is a very useful metal. For those who don't know and who call it candy as a way to avoid spoilers, I'm not going to bother with spoilers here. Adamantine is one of the coolest metals in the game. It is, for one thing, it's incredibly light. It is about the same sort of weight as cork would in real life, which means that as far as like bludgeoning weapons are concerned, it's next to useless. But when it comes to edged weapons, it makes some of the finest weapons. Okay, I feel like Sid has conflicting duties here. Let's pick someone else. Shorast here, you are going to be our new manager. Need somebody to get these work orders done. Oh, we are big enough as a fortress that we now have a mayor instead of an expedition leader. Congratulations, Vukat. You are now our mayor. Okay. I won the election. I'm so proud. Okay. Let's take a look at them. Iffy memory, meager ability with social relationships. How did you win the election then? Overinflated sense of self-worth is very greedy. Interesting. What did you miss? We now have a mayor, and we have found the Great Magma Sea. And also raw adamantine, which is very exciting. I'm going to clear away this stone. The adamantine will be highly useful. It's like a normal politician to me. True. All right. This is going to be the mayor's office. What else do they need? You need a decent dining room. Okay, yeah, you know what? We'll make your dining room directly behind your office. But yeah, what I intend to do...
Damn it.
Hell yeah. What I intend to do down here is we're going to make a new forge quarters so that we can tap directly into the Great Magma Sea. Because magma is an excellent source of heat and fuel. And so we can just create stuff down here without needing to rely on coal. Even though we have a shitload of coal. Okay, we've got some good beak dog food being made here. Okay, looks like the new manager has started getting all of this stuff being made. Excellent. Want some bone crafts. And some totems. It looks like our people are now like telling stories and socializing. In fact, you know what? It is late winter, and our people have been very hard at work. Let's say we give them a bit of a break. Everybody, you are invited to the main borough here. Get to know one another. Our dwarves will get angry real quick if we don't give them a chance to hang out, to eat, drink, and be merry. Right here, our new jeweler here is helping themselves to a roast. Let's see, Archangel over here is making is eating a beak dog kidney roast, made with pecans, beak dog meat, beak dog brain, and beak dog kidney. I ate in a dining room. This could be bliss. You know, this dining room is functional, but it could be better. We'll work on that, though. Goblin Monster Slayer is here. Okay. Okay. Alright. We're gonna work on that, though, after our break. As your trusty vizier, I feel you shouldn't let people relax. They could rebel against you. All right, we're gonna be right back then, everybody. Get up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, do whatever it is you need to do, and I will be right back. All right, everyone, we are back. Okay, we've got, what is everyone up to? Looks like Sid is currently socializing. Looks like she's interested in watching performances. Is admiring all of the fine furniture here. Ari is enjoying the poetry as well. Jamie feels good after getting wasted. Love that. Jaunty is currently still making pig iron. Kova is asleep. Lenny is enjoying the poetry too. And is delighted remembering watching a performance as well. Listening to music. Ah, it looks like Arya is currently simulating an oos, whatever that is. Okay, let's see. An oos is apparently not something we can make in the fortress. Tara is listening to music. Sid is chanting. Okay. Jamie is simulating a lafo. That sounds like an elven instrument. So what is this performance they're doing? So they are performing a thing called the saffron silk. A form of music used for entertaining, originating in the strapping tress. Applied by composers. 3 chanters recite nonsensical words and sounds while music is played on a lafo and 3 oos. The musical voices join in melody, counterpoint, and harmony. The entire performance slows and broadens. Like, this is fascinating, considering like this is not one of our culture's songs. So the fact that they know this song well enough to like sing it is kind of cool. And yeah, they're just like raising their raising up their voices in a just celebration and just having fun. People are discussing their problems here, reciting poetry, having a nap. I assume all of your cats are fixed, so I call them. You know, we could probably make that happen. Let's see. Tara is currently asleep. Let's take a look at your pets. So we have Kulet, Sazia, and Doba. Okay, Doba is a male cat, so you know what? We're just gonna neuter him to prevent the onset of cat explosion. People sleeping and like the drink here. People even pray. Oh, an artifact. Odom Karolrigoth, the pump operator. That's one of the new people in the Siege Corps. They're taken by a Fey mood. Excellent. Okay, looks like people are kind of sleeping now, so let's pause the burrow so they can get back to their rooms. And also to the important work. Odom Karolrigoth has claimed a metalsmith's forge. What is Tara fighting? Tara is being scratched by a cat, apparently. I think she went to go and like briefly scratch the medical dwarf, tearing, bruising the muscle through her dress. I guess oh, that's the cat that was going to get neutered. Okay. Clearly the cat was not all that happy about getting their nuts chopped off. Okay, our mayor has asked that we make some leggings. Well, our mayor knows best, I suppose. We'll make some, we'll make some iron leggings here. Unless can we make some leather leggings? We can. There we go. Been betrayed by my council of eunuchs. Alright, what is Odom collecting here? Odom screams, I must have rough gems. I must have metal bars. I must have rough gems. Stone boulders. Okay. So they've already got metal bars. They've got steel, aventurine, lignite. Okay. Do they need more rough gems? Do they need more stone boulders? Okay. We'll get some conglomerate out of here. That'll help expand the quarter as well. Get more crafts dwarves in here. And then rough gems. We've got some milk quartz down here. And some white chalcedony. I don't know how to pronounce that. Shoral. I think we can do better than that. After all, I'm pretty sure there's a vault down here. You know what? Let's do show mood. Okay, they need more metal bars. We've got plenty of metal bars. Okay. Clearly, they know they have enough now. They have steel, aventurines, lignite, and some more aventurines. Okay. Cool. A lot of platinum. We're making our way through tetrahedrite. Okay. We can make some bronze as well. Bronze is pretty cool. Pig iron, pig iron. Okay. You know, Odom is a pump operator by trade, but they're also a dabbling weaponsmith. Does that mean that we might have to abandon them from the siege corps because they could end up being a legendary weaponsmith? Fantastic! Odom Karelrigoth, the pump operator, has created Igastom, a steel warhammer. She claims it as a family heirloom. Found the style of sentinelship after 6 hours? Hell yeah. And now Odom is a weaponsmith. Its name translates to gloss crushed. I think we're going to have to induct Odom into the military here. And we'll have to make sure that Odom is able to wield their own warhammer. After all, if it's a family heirloom, then it only makes sense that they know how to use it. Let's take a look at it, shall we? Hi Sid, how you doing? Gloss crushed. This is a steel warhammer. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of briolette-cut aventurines. Thank you for the delicious egg. This object menaces with spikes of aventurine. On the item is an image of gloss crushed the steel warhammer in steel. Oh, it has an image of itself on there. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in lignite. Ah. Warhammer is pretty expensive too. Very true. Summon nunchucks. I got splattered by nunchucks. Alright. We've got pig iron. Soon we will have steel again. Totally not an Indian. No, totally. We are making some fine food out there and some excellent cloth. Hypercube. Yes. And we have found adamantine as well. It's very exciting. Alright. Coffers for your belongings. Yeah, we're making sure that our armor smiths are up to the task, though, before we start delving that deep. Ha. More rooms that have yet to meet their full potential. Okay, if it has an inscription of itself, does that mean the inscription has its own inscription? You know, why not? I mean, you've probably heard of Plain Pact, the artifact that has, like, at least 70 pictures of itself. And a historical event from every year of that world's history. Yeah, Plain Pact was one of those like weird quantum artifacts that get made because a dwarf doesn't realize that they have all of the things needed to make their own artifact. And so they just end up getting more and more and more items until they have just a redonkulous amount. One of those happened to blind? Hell yeah. Thieving or mischievous creature. Ah, a giant mole. The thing I know about the game is endless vomiting drunk cats. Yes. The drunk vomiting cats were a thing from the update that allowed kittens and cats to lick their paws, and which also gave them like bartenders. And those two things together would cause, you know, mass cat poisoning, because the ability to lick their paws meant that they would also, you know, ingest whatever liquid was on their paws. And since they were stepping around in alcohol that had been splashed around as a result of bartending, their paws, they would basically soak up the equivalent of a full mug of booze, because the game did not have any smaller units of booze to equip them to dose them with. And since cats only have itty bitty livers in comparison to dwarves, they would die of alcohol poisoning. Yeah, each lick was counting as like a full mug because the game just did not have a smaller unit of booze to give it. And that's why the cats all ended up just dead on the tavern floor. So you know, that's something to bear in mind. You can see Dobar now has the two X's on either side of the male symbol, indicating that he has been successfully gelded. Okay, I'm gonna butcher a few more chickens just because we have way too many. I'm gonna start fighting with the beat dogs if there are any more. A dwarf monster slayer, pale slayer, so a type of undead. Ah, spring is here. So, the game is saving. That's a good way of looking at it, Tara. You know, sometimes you have to, you know, after a good workout, it's good to savor the that pain, you know, to feel the burn, as the gym bros say, as a you know, that's your body, you know, like adjusting to all of the micro tears and everything. A snatcher. Oh, look. That snatcher appears to have gotten caught in one of our cage traps. So, it's terrible that our opponents are sending snatchers after our children. But this represents information. We know that this goblin came into the west entrance. That tells us a little bit about the kind of things, like the kind of direction our opponents will take. Should drop him from a high place so he can use his toe bones for rings. Dwarves won't make crafts out of sentient beings unless they've been a zombie first. I learned this because, you know, way back in the Steam version, I was out here making like human bone helmets out of zombies, and I was like, you know what? I choose to believe that aesthetically, that the dwarf is just popping a human skull on the top of their head. Favorite. Ooh, we have blackberry dye that we can make. That would be really cool. And rhubarb leaf. You get a sugar crash from eating too much Lucky Charms, so you nodded off right before stream. Yeah. That'll happen every now and again. You know, killing that goblin is, like, obviously will kill them. Ooh, another cat has, adopted Tara. Now that Tara is no longer the expedition leader, we have officially made her chief medical dwarf. Okay. Yeah, obviously this dwarf, obviously this goblin snatcher should die for what they've done. But it's time to put the siege core to work. They said blackberry. No. Yeah, we're trying to dye clothing using blackberries. Ooh, okay. This area here can be a meeting area, and we're gonna make this one a temple. Let's see. Kurlig the Steamy is a popular god here. You know what? Yeah. Thank you for the hug, Sid. Yeah, Kurlik the Steamy, a god of fortresses, war, and chaos. You know, there's, which is not to be confused with the Courageous Persuader, a different god of war and fortresses and valor. But whilst they are a valorous god indeed, that's not to say that they're necessarily a good god. The Courageous Persuader has raised 2 demons into this world just so that war can rage forever. Because not every god in this world is benevolent, nor should we expect them to be. Alright, what are our metal reserves like? Okay, we've got a lot of copper here. That's me, your friendly, neutral goddess of chaos. Yeah, chaos is, you know, something that is neither good nor bad. It is something that, you know, it is its own thing. All right, yeah, let's get some good metal furniture in here. Yeah, let's get these things smoothed out. It's like how people are obsessed with honor. Honor can mean killing your children because of a principle. Mm-hmm. In fact, Disco Elysium does a really good job of showing how an obsession with honor can lead to one's downfall. How an obsession with honor can lead to you doing very stupid things. You know, if your honor gets high enough in Disco Elysium, you your innermost thoughts tell you that you need to bring your sword, like your right hand, your sword hand, you know, up to your rectum, and to insert your thumb directly into your ass to form the Arch of Honors, because you're so honorably obsessed with how honorably honorable you are. And it's just like, and if you do that in front of, like, if Kim is there, you do that in front of Kim with like no regard for just how stupid you look. It's just like, what are you? It's like, what are you doing? It's like, I'm honoring myself, Kim. It's just like, well, don't. It's like, yeah, never listen to the lizard brain. And yeah, like, but like, because you are so obsessed with honor at that point, like, you're basically incapable of fighting back against those intrusive thoughts, because, you know, you're so far gone down this path of authoritative obsession with honor that it's clearly, you know, the right thing to do. I mean, it's not necessarily honorable to do in public in front of everybody. You know, they didn't consent to that. Ooh, some fertile eggs there. Good, good. does it all the time in the privacy of his own home with other consenting adults. The lizard brain does have a very good voice, yes. Okay, cool. We're doing well here. Why is there miasma? I would rather there not be. This stuff is getting rotten. That's not Kim. That's a fascist. Like you interrogate the fascist to see if he's wearing anal beads, and Kim says you wouldn't be able to hear if he was wearing anal beads. And we're just like, hello, Kim. How do you know this? You're just covertly giving away that he is a member of the homosexual underground. Okay, cool. We're making some good progress here. We have a whole bunch of like masons workshops here, but I think we need at least one more. Yeah, Disco Elysium is one of my favorite games. If I could go back and experience it all again with like no memory of what it was before, then I absolutely would in a heartbeat. The expression. All right, here we go. So, machine, lever. I'm gonna pop this lever in the Engineers Guild. After all, they need to see what a good lever looks like, right? Measurehead, the phrenologist that thinks white people suck because they don't colonize people anymore. Really is fucking wild, isn't it? Your body betrays your degeneracy. But we had to check is it the chess player? I know that it's like, I know it's like someone who is acting like really sus, and I'm pretty sure they had like fascist tendencies, but like maybe I'm misremembering. Then like suddenly, yeah, suddenly people walk in here being like, oh, you call everyone you disagree with fascists. You call Hitler a fascist. Like, yeah, I do. Like, yes, person with the username Einsatzgruppen Lolly Lover, I do think you're a fascist. Like, that should not be a controversial statement. Yeah, that's shit. Alabama. My God. Oh, right. You were referring to the that one chess player who like people thought was like getting yeah, that was funny. It's like, yeah, Elite Landwehr 1488. Like, yeah. Yes, totally not a sock puppet 1488. Yes. We know. We know. you're not, you think you're being, like, clever about it, but we all see you for what you are. You ever notice how, like, the people who are obsessed with calling us, you know, perverts and all the other stuff are almost invariably the ones who are caught doing, like, sex crimes the most? It's uncanny, isn't it? Okay, we're getting some good cut gems here. Get some good coke out of this. Is that night I told you a story about to Katma about the guy who had the PSA named Rommel named after? I think I was, yeah. I do remember that, yeah. My fucking like whenever I hear Rommel, I'm always reminded of the people who are like, you know, pro tip for winning World of Tanks. You know, right as the game starts, type Rommel was a Nazi and a terrible fucking general, and then just rush the enemies while they're all like screaming at you. I did, like, it's honestly like some of the best advice I've heard. Right. We're gonna do another round of iron helmets, just to make sure that our armor is staying on top of their game. Some migrants have arrived. Oh shit, we are up to 78 already. God damn. The fortress of Ironspire is truly making some big waves here from the mountain home. So I find it strange that he was also a furry. Like, yeah, anyone can be a furry. Despite the danger. No one has said despite the danger yet, but we're sure it's only a matter of time. Especially now that we are up to 78 78 population. We have hit the edge of the map there. I'm gonna make some more rooms here. Keep people close to those like social amenities. That's because brony culture was developed. Yeah, like it's not necessarily that bronies have a propensity towards being Nazis. It's that Nazis want to infiltrate every subculture that they can, and that among the different types of cultures they attempted to appropriate, one of them was brony culture. I should get a spa going at some point. We do have a few unhappy and upset dwarves. Oh yeah, like 4chan is very much responsible for a lot of that. Like without a doubt. One of my favorite stories is making Nazis unwelcome on the Lancer community Discord. Oh yeah, because like they love to play, they love to do games. They love to like play games. They don't like to examine what it is about games that people actually like. They don't like to examine the messaging or themes behind those games. So when it comes time to, you know, actually engage with the people who make those games, they don't want to engage with the fact that, you know, those people are often, you know, queer of some flavor themselves. And that upsets them. As it should. So then when they find this out, they don't want those people in their hobby because it reminds them that they are dork-ass losers who don't have the ability to create anything for themselves. And so they try, and that's where gatekeeping comes into play. Looks like the farmers want a guild hall. Okay. Let's see. This area can have the farmers guild hall then. We must have a lot of farmers here that they really want the ability to pass on this this knowledge here. This is a mecha tabletop role-playing game where you pilot, yeah, basically D&D with Gundams. Yep, and there's a lot of that people people refuse to engage with the idea that queer people make this kind of media and want to be involved in it, and so it makes them very insecure when they realize that they have to that we are sharing our space with them and they're not able to be civil, so they just start screeching. Did one of our new migrants bring in a blind cave bear cub? It's adorable. Like, nobody blinded it, it just is naturally blind. Let's get some more tables in here. Like, these are some like good chairs, good tables. So now people think this is a legendary dining room, which means that eating a good meal on like good furniture in a legendary dining room, those are some extra good thoughts for them to have. Pride Month, Lance's official Discord group Pilot.net changed its banner. Its banner was a mecha from the game called a goblin doing a dab, but for Pride Month they changed it to have the... that is delightful. I love that. We're gonna have some extra anvils made because in addition to the ironsmiths and like the armor smiths and weaponsmiths, we have more like blacksmiths and metal crafters than ever, and I want them to start making like, I need more room for these people to make things. Yeah, absolutely. It was very similar in the Trench Crusade Discord. Like, if you've never heard of Trench Crusade, it's a tabletop role-playing game based off of you know, it's basically, it's got a like World War One type aesthetic to it, with like religious overtones. Basically, you know, like the Catholic Church, I think it is in the game, uh, ended up like communing with demons, and like there were just like greedy priests who wanted more power, and so they ended up like opening up a gate to hell and dooming the entire world to trench warfare. Now, the fascists saw the game Trench Crusade and were like, well, you know, 40K is now letting women be custodians, so, you know, we'll try and take over this hobby. And they came in and they found that it was full of a bunch of queer folk amongst the developers, and they started kicking out the fash trash the moment they showed up. And so they were like, oh, way to shit on your entire audience. Like, no, you never were our audience. You were never here to play. You were here to appropriate the culture of this game for your own agenda. Get the fuck out. Look at the little Jabberah hatchling. Aw, that's so cute. Yeah, they have to pretend that it isn't, because because they just don't like they feel deeply uncomfortable sharing their spaces with us, or you know, having to share our spaces with them, and because they've got some deeply weird issues that they need to sort the fuck out. Alright, we're gonna put some iron statues in this farmer's guild hall just to like get it higher in value. What was the shrine here? The scintillating violet is no particular deity. The Chapel of Radiance is dedicated to Kurlig the Steamy. We're gonna put an altar in here. And, you know, we'll put some chairs and tables in here so that we can have a good, you know, a little place where people can meet. Yeah, nerd culture is incredibly queer, and they need to fucking learn that. But rather than actually learn that, they would much rather, you know, develop entire subcultures of like anti-woke people who don't actually play video games, but who bemoan that they can no longer play video games because they've been, you know, taken over. It's like, no, bitch. We were always here. You, in fact, are the ones who are refusing to acknowledge that. Hi, Orchid. How you doing today, hon? It's a giant ohm. You know, yeah, we'll butcher that up. I'm good, a little sleepy since it's super late for you. Well, hey, don't push yourself too much. I'm glad that you're here, and if you intend for me to be your sleep music, then I am all too happy to be that. Let's get training these dogs up for war. If nothing else, we'll be ready to meet the enemy with dogs. But yeah, let's start. The iron helms are still being fashioned, but I know what we can make. We're gonna make some. We're gonna make a whole bunch of copper maces, partly to. Yeah, there are two reasons that we're going to make a bunch of copper maces. One is to make a whole lot of stuff out of this copper. Two is to get our weaponsmiths nice and trained up. And three is so we can make weapon traps out of them. Because once our enemies see once our enemies see that we intend to stay here, they're gonna start coming for us at some point. They'll send large numbers of enemies at us, and the weapon traps will help grind people into paste. It's like the joke when you see two trans women together, it's rude to ask which one is the digital artist and which one writes code. I am neither. I am merely the radical leftist who plays the Sims games. Hi Pokemon Cool, how you doing? Okay. We've got our lever set up. I'm going to link it to this goblin. And we're about to do some life. Ooh. Aletha Scribed Nature wishes to join the immortal trenches as a citizen of Ironspire, the Scraped Skies. Well, you know, Aletha has been here a while. Right? Gonna work up the oomph to draw. Ooh, hell yeah. You know what? You know, she's been here a while. Why not just make her a full-fledged citizen with all the rights and responsibilities that entails? After all, we've made plenty of goblin citizens in our civilization over the years. We should, you know, we can move to include the occasional elf. And sure, like we make the whole like haha yeah, like kill elves jokes every now and again. But like it's getting old. Like we've also seen that like if goblins can come into our culture and learn the wonders of craftsdwarfship and like valuing truth and merrymaking, then why not elves? Because it doesn't necessarily matter as much like what race you are in this game. What matters is the culture in which you were grown. Because like anyone who's brought up in an elven forest will learn to love nature and abhor eating meat, and but will learn to eat meat if it's from a defeated foe. You're both right. Okay, it's it's not every trans one, but it's a lot of them for sure. Because, you know, we do have some, you know, class traitors and such. Alright. So we're building up fortifications around this goblin snatcher. Because, sure, our queen has been impressed with our results so far of, you know, what we say this bolt thrower is capable of. But it's still nothing without a live test. You know, we need a subject. We need a live subject to try it out on. We were indeed, Tara. She was all like, oh, I'm ready to... I'm going to unblock you all now, and all of my arguments with you are over. You know, I'm ready to talk to you. I'm like, yeah, but we didn't ask, bitch. We did not fucking ask. All right. We are going to pull the lever on this trap. And we are going to have someone stand ready by the bolt thrower. As you can see, Nyoso Moisen Hell here is trapped, unable to move out of these, unable to move out of this particular set of fortifications. Now, Ficard here is ready to operate the bolt thrower. So, fire at enemies. Let's see how it does on a live subject. It has 100 wooden bolts. And this creature, this goblin here, has a jute tunic, a hemp cloak, a Kenneth head. Here goes. Fire. My dude, it's right there. Like I said, fire at enemies. There's an enemy right there. Why are you not firing? I always felt like my position hasn't changed in 25 years. My position is always the same. Like, if none of your political positions have changed at all, then like, I don't trust someone whose opinion has never changed. But like, there are certain things that I definitely have not changed my opinion on. All right. Fine. Let's see if we can fire any of these ballistas at enemies. Okay. Stand ready. Fire. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be happening. Yeah, they don't seem to be able to acknowledge this snatcher as a target. Okay, Cyrocanu out here loading the ballista again. We're practicing. Craftsdwarf Guild has been established. Cool. Vuka has been re-elected as mayor. Okay. Oh yeah, like, and that's absolutely a position that that has not changed for me. I have been, you know, my opinion did end up being, like, my opinion was forcefully changed on that once I came face to face with reality about, like, trans folks. Like, it wasn't until I actually, you know, started talking to them and, like, realizing, oh, these are just, you know, people same as any other. And I came to terms with a lot of stuff about myself as well. That tends to be how it is. A lot of them are in denial. And they think that it's easier to be a traitor than it is to like accept that, you know, you may be part of this group and people may end up being your enemy. Part of being the better person is being courteous to people who don't deserve it. That is true. Okay. Cool. Stone use. Okay. All right, we've got a shitload of rock blocks coming up here now. Ooh. Petition. The Hall of Mansions now requires a guild hall for craftsdwarves. Okay. I'm sure one of these empty spaces could become a guild hall. Like, I really like this. Like, I got this idea from Blind IRL. Like, the idea of having rooms, like, radiating out from central points, and then having different, oh my god, then, like, having meeting areas in between. Like having third spaces, you know? Ooh. Another? Let's see, an animal trainer has become possessed. Let's see, they are a dabbling weaponsmith, but they're also a stone cutter. So they could be taking a mason's workshop. Yep, looks like a mason's workshop. Okay, cool. We'll see what they end up making. Something out of hematite. Interesting. Okay. Looks like the bins are getting slowly emptied as we make this second floor. It's not all the same stone color, but then even we couldn't get this much conglomerate to paint over it all. Okay, Solar Sniper is creating some masterpiece maces here. Okay, Nish has gathered everything they need for the artifact. They've got hematite, smoky quartzes, silver, beak dog bone, and 3 bits of llama wool cloth. Alright, let's see. For weapon traps, I want some good mechanisms, and then I'm just gonna pop in copper maces all around the hatches. This will serve as our last line of defense. If the goblins manage to breach the rest of our defenses, then they will hopefully step into row upon row of very nasty copper maces. Copper is pretty heavy as a blunt object, so it works kind of as a blunt object. Important update: your uncle David is concerned that Lenny is upset at him. Nice. I mean, that makes sense, you know. He like Lenny considers your uncle to be a new person, and therefore we've had Jabberers hatch. Aww. And then we've got another Jabberer egg prepared. Yes. Give us a few years and we will have excellent levels of Jabberers. We'll be able to assign them to the assign them to members of our military. You know, once we have one. Ooh. Nish Zanosathel, the animal trainer, has created Edenreish, a hematite ketung. So that's an instrument. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ovad Silvertick. Its name translates to stirred deaths. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with trillion-cut smoky quartzes, studded with silver, decorated with sheep wool, and encircled with bands of llama wool. The object menaces with spikes of hematite and llama wool. There's an image of Sibrak Abbey Mystery, the dwarf, and a cave dragon. Let's see, a cave dragon is striking down that dwarf. Let's see. The ketung is a large, handheld, metal-stringed instrument with a bone neck connecting to a ceramic body.
I'll let you raid my channel any day.
Oh, hello, Yariko-san. Thank you so much for the raid. For those who don't know me, my name is Lola. I'm the world's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked, and today we are playing some Dwarf Fortress. What were you streaming? And what brings you to the cocktail lounge? Oh god, why? Right when in front of new people? Did some Battlefield 6? Hell yeah. How was it? You just... It just keeps going.
Right. And offhandedly, trans lefts.
Alright, hey, well, how was Battlefield 6? Did you have fun with it? Saw me on Blue Sky a while ago? Ah, hell yeah. Yeah, I got my name from a game of Left 4 Dead, like over a decade
this
ago.
world can burn unless we get some trans rights.
Hell yeah, and then I just sat on that name for like years until it was time to make a stream name, and I was just like, oh well, thank you. I appreciate you raiding in. And if you need to raid and run, I totally get it. Streaming does take a lot out of you. Otherwise, please feel free to sit yourself in one of the bar stools or slide into one of the booths and help yourselves, one and all, to a hot drink. We are getting a ton of migrants in now. The dwarves are ready to embrace a dwarf fortress again. Like, sure, our goblin queen is, our goblin queen has survived the, the numerous goblin sieges, and she has helped steer our nation away from destruction. But people, she is relying on us for dwarven engineering to ensure the survival of our people. Seen this game around but haven't tried it yet? Yeah, like we're having a lot of fun. Like the Siege update has been amazing to like showcase the new stuff that's available for Dwarf Fortress, and it's re-alighted my interest in this game. I adore Dwarf Fortress. I've just for a while I've not felt like I could do more with it, you know. We are up to 84 people. We need more drinks. Okay, we can brew drink from fruit, we can brew drink from plants, and we can finally make mead, the delicious honey booze. Someone brought in an armadillo. Aw. Okay, we're gonna put some statues in the tavern as well, just to liven the place up a bit, you know? People get to admire the craftsdwarf ship as they sing and eat and drink and make merry. Oh, we have wine. Yeah, I think this is one thing that our fortress has struggled with since the beginning, is having enough drinks for everyone. And right now, our stockpile is pretty critically low again. We don't even have enough for one drink for every dwarf in the fortress. Okay. We are diligently trying to get as many rooms as possible for all of our dwarves. I'm sure we probably have a few that don't have homes. We're working on it, though. There's so much to do. That is okay. Hmm. Hmm, hmm. And yeah, as a reminder to everybody, if you want a dwarf named after you in here, you can use the Put Me in the Game coach redeem, and we'll find a dwarf that is most, kind of most fits you according to how you feel, and then we'll get you in here. Magnetite. Hematite. We have so much iron. How much steel do we have now? 60 bars and 19 pig iron. Okay. And like, what is the overall like skill level of our armorers? We've got some adept, we've got some skilled. Ooh, some of these people who came in. We've got a high master armor smith. Welcome to the team. Oh yeah, and Odom is a legendary weaponsmith now, so we're gonna include them. Ari is a proficient weaponsmith, getting pretty good at that. The Amethyst Hole, ooh, now requires a metalsmith guild. You know, I think this is the perfect place to put a metalsmith guild, right down here with all the forges. And what better way to show off the guild hall of the metalsmiths than to make some fine furniture that will honor the craftsdwarfship of those who step in. You know, we'll even make a couple of platinum doors. Something else I want to do here is if we make a couple of jewelers right next to these like armor smiths, then you know they should prioritize like furniture that they've made here when it comes to encrusting them with jewels. I'm gonna start decorating things with bone as well, because we've got plenty of bone. We can make plenty of bone crafts and decorate things with bone, and that will really increase the value of like everything that we've got here. Keep making bone bolts as well. All right, so cut gems, and then we will encrust furniture with cut gems once we start making more of it here. All right, some of our weapon traps are finished. There we go. Much better. Let's see, the mayor says that his quarters need to be better. And the dining room is not up to par. Okay. You want better stuff in here? Fine. Get you an iron chest in here. Maybe that'll up the value. Get some engravings along the walls. those are always good for upping the value. Alright, the mayor, where is your room? It's decent quarters. Now, what is wrong with this one? Alright, you know, we'll put a statue in there just to up the value. Maybe engrave the walls here too. You know, just so they'll stop complaining. Eating, and then this guy is ready to attend a meeting. You want to yell at someone in charge. Okay. Doesn't feel anything while crying on someone in charge. They're not doing well. Okay, we've got some masterpiece iron helms coming out now. And now that if we're reliably making, that does sound like depression, doesn't it? I have crippling depression. Trying to make sure that every dwarf's room has at least a bed, a chest, and a cabinet. The chest is for their personal belongings, like their trinkets, their any like rings, bracelets, you know, those kind of items that they want to like store somewhere. And then the cabinet is for clothes. That way dwarves don't they have fewer reasons to make a mess of their belongings. And it also ups the value of their room. Okay. Bunch of new rooms. Let's keep going. Making all sorts of silk okay. Where's the Farmers Guild Hall? That's the Rangers Guild Hall. Chapel. This is the Farmers Guild Hall. Okay. We agreed to build a guild hall, and we just need it to be slightly better before before it's recognized and they feel happy that they have been included. All right, more furniture then. More engravings. Get the value up. Let them feel like they, you know, let them feel acknowledged. That should be more than enough. Let's see how Mytha's Dwarf is doing. Currently drinking just straight from the still there. Wants to pray. Is away from family for too long. Wants to practice a martial art. Okay. You know what? Let's have Mytha be part of the military then. Hey there, Robbie. How you doing? Digging a hole. Exactly. Yeah. How you doing? We've got a bunch of people who are, you know, raring to go. We should start on this. Before too long, our people will very much need to defend themselves. So let's get a spot dug out. We'll make it an official barracks, and then we'll get to work on equipping them. Okay. Wasn't in a good headspace. Cancelled tonight's plus tomorrow's stream. No, I'm sorry to hear that. It must be bad if you're canceling tomorrow's stream as well. Well, hey, I think it's good that you're recognizing that you're not in a good headspace and that you're taking steps to make sure that you like aren't bringing that negative energy into your stream. Like that is good to see. Okay. Tara feels fondness playing with a pet. Excellent. Alright, we're getting the Metalsmiths Guild open here. This is gonna be a fine guild hall. Yeah, anytime, Robbie. I appreciate being a space where people can be, you know, safe from all the bullshit. Okay, our drink supply is almost in a decent place. Shit. I recognize that symbol. Why is that symbol there? Ukap Simokubra, the human axeman, has transformed into a were-bison. These fucking visitors. It's constant with them. Where the hell did they go? Alright, we're gonna lock off that area of the caverns. Hopefully we find them before they just end up actually murdering someone. Your fortress is fucking weird. It really is, but like, that's why I love it. More jabberers have hatched. Good. Alright, we have forged all 100 of the iron helms. We have high master armor smiths, people who are just really good at this shit. So we're gonna melt down all 100 of them. And that means that, you know, we can reclaim the iron in that and use it to make better things. All right. since our siege engineers apparently won't shoot at this live target, we're just gonna bring in our people here. We've got some of those new copper maces. We're gonna deconstruct the fortification here. One of them's even brought their baby with them. 1 year old, and is along for the ride. We are waiting for this goblin snatcher to be freed. Ah, okay. Apparently they won't do it because they keep getting distracted by the goblin that's inside. All right, cancel that order then. They were too young to watch a public execution. True. Does the baby worship unknown gods? It's a good question. I know that that was a thing. Okay, they worship Kurlig King. Okay, like, the babies worshipping unknown gods is actually a really big problem. Because if they worship a god that the game doesn't know, then they are unable to get a happy thought associated with worshipping that god. And that can lead to, like, terrible negative states of mind. Like how the bar fight started in a fort recently, it was ended because a baby immediately threw a lead goblet at the tantruming elf and knocked him out. I love that. Okay, you know what? Since we're here, fucking curse check, detail all. Okay, so we know that Ukap Simukabra is a were-bison and is currently missing. Let's see. Tossed diamond board. What the fuck? Where? Okay, Tossed Durenasob, the monster slayer, cursed to be an unknown? What? What do you mean, cursed to be an unknown? Okay, this guy right here is... Okay, you know, I'm gonna run a curse check on you. Selected unit is cursed. Born in 453, cursed in 567 to be a werebeast. Okay, cool. We're just gonna lock you in here. We really cannot trust anyone from the outside. Like, we keep getting, like, bards and, like, performers and, like, so many people who are just monsters who are ready to just explode into terrifying forms and be crazed for blood and flesh. think like it's like every new migrant would just like keep them in quarantine for a month until they're ready to like show that they aren't a werebeast. All right, so it's autumn again. Fortress mode is so funny. Like yeah, and if Fortress mode is all that you think you're up to, that's, you know, that's cool. You know, adventure mode has its own like charms and everything that I personally, I could never like get into adventure mode. But for people who enjoy it, I like more power to them. Let's see, an elf bard is visiting. An elf bard with a dwarf name. You know what? We're just gonna... Selected unit is not cursed. Okay, good. Thinking you want to get back into this game? That's what I do. That's I love that. I love dwarf pilling people. I love getting people back into these things. A bad fortress planet is, I think everyone is to start off with, but like I'm not gonna brag. Like I do have years of experience. Oh hey, look, another snatcher. Our first live volunteer for sparring with our new dwarves. All right, so our dwarves are going to need 10 beds. We're gonna want 10 armor stands and 10 weapon racks. That's to like keep all of their like weapons, and then we'll need like 10 chests for them to keep their belongings, and 10 cabinets for them to keep their clothes. Because we want them training pretty much on a regular basis, and they're gonna want somewhere where they can keep their stuff. It's not gonna be neat per se, but it should leave them like plenty of room to be free to walk around. So here we go, barracks. We're gonna assign this space to the gilded influences. And we're gonna get them training. Yeah, absolutely, Tara. Have a wonderful rest of your night. And let's see. Tara is currently making some bone crafts. She has 6 cats. She's got some good clothes. She has just replaced her like whatever torso clothing she had with an amazing cave spider silk tunic. Looks like was recently drunk. We need more mugs, apparently. Okay, let's see. Make some wooden cups as well. Tunic goes spinny, absolutely. Very affirming. All right. Now that we have our Now that our weaponsmiths and armorsmiths have been learning stuff, we're gonna make some steel breastplates. We'll make some iron mail shirts as well, because we don't have enough steel to make like everything out of steel. Steel greaves. some steel high boots, steel gauntlets, and we'll get all this set up for them to start their training. Excellent craftsmanship, or craftsdwarfship platinum door there. I'm going to put in some exceptional looking iron thrones that have been well decorated. This place will be a testament to the metal crafting of our dwarves. Okay, Guild Hall, the metal crafters, metal smiths, I think, yeah, metal smiths. The Amethyst Hall. All right, yeah, this should more than satisfy it. Okay, how much more steel do we have? Still got plenty. I'm gonna make some steel spears. And some copper shields. Oh, naked mole dogs. No, steers are a different thing. Mole dogs? Yes. They're basically like a big naked mole rat that's like the size of a dog. Ooh, a caravan from the mountain home has arrived. Okay, they can make it in through the other door. That's fine. Okay, we can offer them some of our copper bolts. I'm sure they'll love those. All right. I'm sure the queen was pleased with the surreptitious offering of bolt thrower parts that were snuck into the last consignment of goods. Hopefully they will have brought more jabberers to continue the war effort, because we desperately need to augment our fortress guard with some giant destructive warbirds. That shit is like that will help us, you know, that'll help protect our currently inexperienced dwarves until they properly get on their feet. All right, dwarves, get this stuff over to the trade depot. Mind you don't come in the west entrance. There's a werebeast in there. Oh, there we go. It turned into a werehorse. Okay. It's currently stalking around. Whoop. Turned back into a dwarf. Okay, let's get the military up here. We've got some words to say to this so-called monster slayer. I should have been suspicious from the get-go. Look, this asshole is 197 years old. Dwarves typically only live to about 170, and anything after that, they tend to die of old age. The fact that he was that old without dying that's a big clue right there that someone is attempting to infiltrate your fortress for nefarious purposes. All right, beat him up. There we go. Oh, he fell over unconscious and stepped in a cage trap. All right, fair enough. That works too. That just means that as long as he doesn't die inside that cage, he'll turn into a werehorse in the next full moon. Which means that he will just he'll just keep on keeping on. He'll make a fine hostage, potentially even a like a gladiatorial combat creature at some point. Okay, Solar Sniper is currently praying to Lima Ivory Gold, the wealthy jewel. We have him. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works, actually. But you know, you do you, I guess. Okay, the deer people are here to trade as well. Okay, Solar Sniper, stop meditating on wealth, and you know, come over here and actually make us some wealth. We just go drink at the I think, pretty sure that's just adventure mode. Pencils spelt magnetite ore interrupted by a sacred dust. The fuck is a sacred dust? Oh, this goblin. This fucking goblin. You know what, yeah, since our people won't kill it, you know, we're just gonna exterminate this. Unit exterminated. Blah. Okay. Whilst we wait for that, I'm going to make sure that citizens can visit the Amethyst Hall, because I want our citizens to be able to learn. So anyone can come and learn about what it means to become a metalsmith worker. We even put our own, like, stockpile of food in here. Your squadron have a vacation? That would be cool, I will admit. Another migrant wave? God damn. Okay. Let's see, the deermen have brought some brass, some silver, some gems. Let's get some of these instruments. A barrel of river spirits. an iron whip, a silver morning star. Those are cool. Get some more bags, some cloth. Some of these are dyed some really fun colors too. Some leather. We don't need that much. Like, we can make our own leather. Sure, we'll buy some bolts from you. We are definitely going to need a lot of them. Purple yams. We can make those into booze. We can trade some of these silk dresses. They're getting pretty good. Yeah, the deer people don't have a whole lot that's like wowing us right now, but it's a start. We'll trade some platinum crafts here. Like they'll definitely be happy with that. Like even the lowest level of platinum crafts are gonna get a huge return on our investment. Hi Brazen, how you doing? Now we trade with our people from the mountain home. My apologies, we're still unloading. We'll be ready soon. All right then. A lot of giant mold.
Thank you for being a good little sub.
Wow, 36 months. That's like 9 months, but 4 times. That's quite a few babies.
That is quite a few sub babies. Ah, okay. I was about to say, like, why are you subbing to me when you're live right now? I guess the answer is because you're doing a raid. Baffy, thank you so much for raiding Mi Carnala. How are you doing tonight? How was Hades 2? I saw that you were playing and that you were doing some, in your own words, crazy stuff. I think it was. What kind of crazy stuff did you get up to in your runs? Tell me more. Let's see. And yeah, for those who don't know me, my name is Lola, the world's only Molotov cocktail. Hell yeah. World's only Molotov cocktail VTuber. I checked. And yeah, we're playing some Dwarf Fortress, as is the Friday tradition that we're picking back up after a long time, thanks to this new update. Yeah, if y'all need to raid and run, I totally get it. Otherwise, please feel free to make yourselves comfy and enjoy a hot drink. Let's see. Merit deserves a reward, and I come empowered to establish this colony as an official land of our realm. Can you imagine the trade wagons? Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend for elevation? Sure. You know what? Since Terra started this colony and made it, built it up from where it was, I see no issue with elevating her to become Baroness of this place. Easy clapped, unrivaled Typhon ended with 2 death defiances still left. Damn, good job. I fucking love Hephaestus. Like, out of all of them, just like Hephaestus blasts are just miles ahead of like anything else. Let's see. Ooh, let's get some more unicorns. They want bracelets, apparently. I love just getting as many Hephaestus blasts as possible, and just chaining them into some ridiculous combos. As a Moma staff, so right, yeah, just like chaining these, chaining the fucking attacks one after the other. None of his eggs ever hatched. Isn't it fucking great when you can pull that off? It's so satisfying. All right, let's see. We're getting all of our steel armor together. Okay, so I'm gonna change their equipment up a little bit. Let's see, update the equipment, details. We are going to I mean, you know, the colloquial term for testicles in Spanish is huevos, so I can see the where the distinction might be made. I found a Spanish-speaking VTuber the other day who I was asking if they liked Chupa Chups, and they were like, "I love Chupa Chups." I'm like, "Ah, well then maybe you can chupa mis huevos." Oh hey, Mytha, if you're still here, your dwarf has entered a secretive mood and wishes to create an artifact. I love that the Twitch censor actually noticed that Chupa Mis Huevos is a yeah, it flagged Chupa Mis Huevos. They know. Okay. Giant rat bones. Rose quartz. Okay. It's so Jova. All right. So Mytha is a weaver and like other kind of clothier. So she's gonna put together some outrageous clothing here. This is her once in a lifetime chance to make an indestructible piece of clothing that will be legendary, so that it becomes part of this world's history. So let's see what materials she's gathered for this. Llama wool cloth, giant rat bone, rose quartz, pecan wood, and gypsum. Interesting. Okay. You know, if she does make a thong, then I will laugh. Okay. Okay, this goblin monster slayer. Let's run a quick background check. Not cursed. Okay, good. Oh, we can unlock these doors now that there's no longer a werehorse trapped in there. Sentences that only make sense in Dwarf Fortress. If you're wondering what a werehorse is, it's exactly what it sounds like. You know, a lycanthrope that, you know, is crazed for human blood and flesh, that turns into a humanoid horse every full moon. All right, let's see. Get more of those copper maces and the weapon traps. Our enemies are going to find just absolute whirling death that faces them. Okay. So the werehorse that we trapped, they're currently in that cage there. So they cannot get out. All right. Let's quickly trade with... They're still unloading? Really? That is weird. Okay, you say you're leaving soon, but you haven't finished loading your goods, so like this is weird. All right. We're gonna hold on then until we get a yeah, we're gonna hold on until we get a the artifact, and then we'll start winding down here. We have no drinks again? Okay, okay. Emergency. I think next year we'll ask them to bring more drinks, because these dwarves have just been voraciously guzzling down all of my drinks. Need more booze. Moody dwarf can't find needed item? Okay, shit. What do you need? Cut gems. Okay, forest, so that's logs. Quarry, so boulders. Skeletons. Okay, so you need bones. Square blocks. Stacked cloth. Okay, okay, she's got bone. Do we not have any blocks available? Yeah, I only have 2 stills. Maybe I should set up another and like some standing orders. Okay, no. You know what? She needs more bones and rock blocks. You know what? What better time to break out the fancy like bones? We're gonna butcher the unicorn. Okay, and then for the masons, we're gonna quickly prioritize like making rock blocks, so that we can get her making that artifact. Conglomerate, a good stone for the fortress. Okay. The unicorn has been butchered, so that should leave us plenty of bones to work with. Oh, she's got everything she needs. She's working. So she got some pudding stone and some unicorn bone. Sometimes you have to like persuade people, you know? Sometimes you gotta nudge your dwarves a little bit in the right direction. Well, it looks like the dwarves left without trading anything with us. Unit is not cursed. Okay. Okay. We're getting here though. Like, we almost have this this top layer done. Oh, here we go. Mitha of Ironspire has created Lilominir Alildakas, a bell-shaped llama wool skirt. She claims it as a family heirloom. Let's take a look. Its name translates to Hoisted Declined, the Gleeful Colors. What a name for a skirt. This is a bell-shaped llama wool skirt. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with llama wool and pecan wood, and encircled with bands of round, brilliant-cut rose quartzes. It is made with llama wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pudding stone and menaces with spikes of giant rat bone and gypsum. On the item is an image of pear-cut gems in alpaca wool, and on the item is an image of a trillion-cut gem in unicorn bone. 7,000 dwarf bucks for our trouble. That's a fine piece of clothing. Meanwhile, Ari is cranking out masterpiece maces here. She is a legendary miner and a talented weaponsmith. She's doing us proud. I talked to an acquaintance. I'm not fond of this. Delightful. Okay. I don't think we have any more flux. Okay, time to cut out some more chalk. Dwarf, you in? Absolutely, Neri. Any preferences on what kind of dwarf, what profession? Lady Dwarf, fair enough. Here we go. Ustath the animal handler, who's currently training up her martial skills. You shall be Neri of Ironspire. Let's see, her hair is clean shaven, nose bridge is concave, her ears are somewhat broad, her hair is taupe, her skin is pale chestnut, and her eyes are copper. Poor analytical abilities, a shortage of patience, very bad intuition, and a poor memory. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations after seeing an elf die a year ago. Strongly prefers discussions of ideas and abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Is confident under pressure. Often feels envious of others. Is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. Does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. Feels discouraged. Is generally quite confident of her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, prefers to present herself modestly, doesn't cling to ideas and is open to changing her mind, tends to assume the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, occasionally overindulges, is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and has a greedy streak. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She scratches her ear when she's trying to remember something. Does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. She's seen a lot. She personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Does not respect the law and values eloquence. Dreams of raising a family, and that dream was realized. Okay, so she does have a son. Okay. She likes kimberlite, fine pewter, demantoid, warhammers, quivers, crowns, giant bats for their terrifying features, the words of the watchful savants in the sight of the cerulean quiescence. She doesn't respect the law, exactly. When possible, she prefers to consume giant leopard seal, giant one-humped camel cheese, and river spirits. Absolutely detests rats. Okay, if we manage to get a warhammer for her, I'm sure she'll put that on. She's currently performing an individual combat drill, so she's waving her weapon around, trying to figure out how to use it. Alrighty.
Welcome to the cocktail lounge. Please enjoy your stay.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Follows are anonymous, but always appreciated. Feel free to hang out and chat if you want, but never feel obligated. We are going to wind down in a little bit here. But yeah, overall, this has been a good... I think this has been a pretty good session today. We have found ourselves a we found ourselves as a barony. We've expanded our reach within this realm. We're starting to catch the eye of the mountain home. We've brought in a total of 93 dwarves. We are starting to manufacture armor and weapons. We are also catching the attention of terrible and rapacious monsters that would see us destroyed. We are finally ready to start training. We've almost finished the first floor of the castle, and we've been churning out artifacts like nobody's business. Yeah, overall, this has been a very satisfying Fortress Friday. So, with that said, let's find someone to raid, shall we? Thank you for watching, everybody. Please be sure to click all those cool buttons like the like button, the subscribe button, and check out any other videos on my channel that you like. And please feel free to hit up my Twitch, give me a follow, and let me know that you came from YouTube. Thank you for watching, and once again, remember that the world is only as dark as we allow it to be.